Oh, Mr. Barry.
Mr. Chris.
I can, but for some reason I don't know why I can't make my microphone work in the main room. But it looks like you've got the microphone in the main room.
Got the, oh, I see. So we're talking in StreamYard?
Yes.
Okay. Um, oh, there we go. I was trying to get my screen sharing in the main room. I think I'm,
Yes, it looks like you've got it now.
yes. Okay. And in the other room, you are still on the screen sharing, right?
I am in YouTube. Yep.
Okay. So I'm trying. So what do I do? Remove you?
No, you want to at the bottom it should say
Oh,
present
present, of
somewhere,
course, of course, of course, of course.
and then you can take it from there.
There we go. Thank you.
There it
Thank
is.
you, Chris. Thank you,
You are
Chris.
very welcome, sir.
It was an extra hour of sleep for me, so I very appreciate it. It's
if
still
I'm
early.
being if I'm being honest, I A could not fall asleep last night, and B I'm up at 5 for these World Cup games. So
Okay. Okay, my friend, have a great, well, whatever you call it, Black Friday, a day after Thanksgiving, and we'll see you on Monday.
all right, sounds good, Barry. Take care.
Okay. Hi,
Adios.
guys. So I'm in both rooms right now. And now, I'll be honest, I haven't done any pre-market work. I'm not really planning to do, unless something really spectacular shows up for me, I'm really not planning to do any trading at all. I'll keep the room open, of course, only until, well, of course, the market's only open till 10, so 1 o'clock Eastern. Is AMC a good trade today on a call? I don't know. Let's see. AMC. Not seeing anything with AMC at all. Somebody's asking me in our YouTube room. Not seeing anything with AMC at all in terms of any reason to get into it. It's not doing anything. So, but let's take a look. This is interesting for me because again, I'm really didn't do any pre-market work, so I'm just like you guys who maybe open up trade ideas at 9 o'clock Eastern. I'm just kind of seeing what's happening right now. So see JCSE is up for some reason. Don't see any specific news on it. Manu, guys, holy smokes, what a great, I didn't hold it. I was really toying with holding this, but I did not hold it. But look at this, 1894 is where it closed on Friday. I did take this trade. I got out of it right near the end of the day. And, but look at this now, 2050, again on that, basically putting themselves up for sale. And that does not appear to be like a rumor. XGN. I don't see any news on this one, so this is just kind of doing it on its own. Yeah, I don't see any news on this. And Tanya, Tanya. And by the way, I forgot to even introduce. Welcome. Well, Chris already opened. I really appreciate Chris opening at 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock Eastern time. So I've taken over, and my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. And let's see, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. I do not see anything. Market is in for a modest down 0.37, so that's a SPY, so nothing really happening. I don't expect very much happening today. TKC, another one that's moving up here. Some of these ones moving down. Kang. I don't see, guess they're going to have a dividend. Is that the reason? One US dollar. I guess that makes sense. So, okay, so it's a dividend. Well, guys, for a good part of the day, I'll just probably put myself on mute. I'll pop in if there's anything happening, but otherwise, I'll just let you guys chat among yourselves. You can see there's hardly any gap up or gap downs. I'm going to keep an eye on the ONON. I want to see if this has any more. I did not. I was going to take it. This is the one that I attempted to swing. Then I did. I really botched it up terribly. I just couldn't hold on. And but it's still got some room. Again, this is the Goldman upgrade from last week with a $26 price target. Was it downgraded? Really? ONN was downgraded by Morgan Stanley, going to war with Goldman Sachs. Maintained at overweight. Well, actually, it's the same thing. It's really the same thing that that Goldman did. Casa. It's almost exactly the same thing. You know, with the price target cut to 36 to 26. Goldman, I think theirs was about the same also. It's just that the first thing that we saw was a price target of 26. I think the next day is when I saw that they had actually cut it from 30. I thought it might have even been 38 to 26. The other one was very different. The FDMT was very different. I think Goldman initiated coverage right here. I don't think they had any price target before, and they put again a price target. I think it's 68, 64 or 68 on this one. I see Coop kind of held. I mean, this was the one, the buyout potential or buyout rumors for Coop. Gave a good short opportunity, gave a good long opportunity. Still kind of holding at that 60 level. And that's COUP. Yeah, Pally's has a little bit of a move in it right now. A little bit. So it looks like obviously the big ones today so far are JCSE. Again, I don't see any news. This is a real cheap one though. I mean, it's barely over $1, China stock. And then the Go EV, some real cheap ones are on the move here. And I don't think they're, well, this is, what? Are you kidding me? Manu is actually, in theory, an earnings play. Not that that really matters, but I mean, it looks like, well, we have it anyway as an earnings play. Hard to believe any company would release on the Thursday after our, or yesterday. Actually, this is pre-market. I don't see it here though. I really don't see it as an earnings play. I'm just looking at my IB headlines. I don't see any earnings release. No, excuse me, not that that really matters. I mean, if they're putting themselves up for sale, that's the reason for any sort of a move. Hmm. All right, guys, just waiting for 9:10 to see what. I doubt there'll be very many, if any, upgrades or downgrades from the analysts today. Okay, guys, 9:10. I'm just going to check to see if there are any upgrades or downgrades this morning. I mean, I doubt there are going to be very many. In fact, I don't see it in my emails yet, so it's possible there's not going to be anything. All right, COGT is just kind of sneaking in here, but there's no real volume. I'm just kind of looking, just sort of a spotty looking one trade up here, I guess. Well, let's see if Manu can take out 2090. That's the high of the pre-market, MANU. And if I recall, when I looked left on Wednesday, I think the high was 1936, so it's above that. So let me just do a quick look and go back. In fact, let me just get a monthly chart up, or sorry, a weekly chart. And yeah, that was the high, 1998. Actually, that's wrong. That was the weekly high. I think the daily high when I looked left was around 1936, but there's the weekly high, and it's above that now. And then you've got this high up here, which is 2086, and it's not quite there. You know, it takes out that 2086. Where is it in relation to a lifetime? Well, it's not that close. Yeah, you got to go back a couple of years though. Yeah, so the week of September, sorry, February 25th of 2019. So over 3 years ago, we're approaching those highs right now for Manu, MANU. Yeah, I don't think there are any upgrades or downgrades today, guys. Normally I have it at 9:10 in my, it's 9:14 right now in my inbox, and I don't have any, so probably no upgrades or downgrades at all today. So let's take a look at the sectors to see what's happening. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar. And then if you probably have to click on more to get all of the channels up and running. I'm just going to, I don't have to do that with this development build. Sector status, I'm going to click on, just kind of take a look. All right, so here are the major sectors. So this is XLE, this is a major ETF for energy, XLE. So what is that, 95% in green? That means that 95% of the stocks are up from Wednesday's close. And tech stocks, 71% are down. Communications about 50-50. So right now, energy is the play right now. Can I join you, Green? Again, I'll probably put myself on mute for most of the day, guys. I can probably put my announcement up on mute, but if there are any questions, I'll certainly hop right back on the mic and answer them. So let's take a look at the individual sectors, those the major sectors. Again, I like to just to see where they are in comparison to the 200-day moving average. So again, XLE is still strong. That's that green line right there. So XLE is still strong. Retail, of course, will be really interesting as we get into the season here of season of buying. So you can see the 200-day moving average is just below it, just below it. So it'll be very interesting to see the next couple of months to see if this pops above it. Consumer staples also still above and rising, rising above the 200-day. XLV, healthcare, let's take a look at healthcare. Healthcare, the same thing, rising above the 200-day. Oh, here's the theme, guys. XLI, industrials, rising above the 200-day. And why not? XLF, financials, rising above the 200-day. Now here's the one that's going to be below, but let's see if there's any blip here. XLY, consumer discretionary. So that's below the 200-day. Little bit, but it's got a long ways to go. Materials, XLB, rising and above the 200-day. It got to the 200-day a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. Look at tech and see how it's getting closer. Yeah, see, even tech is getting closer and closer to that 200-day. Now, the disaster still, I think, is still communications. Even communication is trying. It's had a couple of days, but well below the 200 days. So, I mean, we've got, I think that 6 out of 10 are above the 200-day moving average. Market is definitely sold off in the pre-market. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half of straight down before the market opens. Yeah, I'm just looking to see any disasters here. The palladium ETF, okay. Just looking for anything that has any sort of volume that's down a bit. Baidu a little bit, I guess. Baidu, what's KWeb doing? Probably China's down overall. Yeah, so there's China down. What's crypto doing? Nothing. Apple's got some volume. Guess you could look at Activision here, guys. I mean, it's down 3%, pretty good volume. Are trading lower following a political report suggesting the FCC is likely to file a lawsuit. Oh, that's right. These guys, that's right. Microsoft was looking to buy them. But it certainly didn't look like a buyout. Not the way it's been trading. You know, a typical buyout is just flatlining across the daily chart. Certainly not looking like a buyout. Tesla's got a pretty good volume. 2 million shares for Tesla. Pretty good volume. Up a point, up a percent. Again, this is nothing I trade, but just trying to see if there's anything interesting happening. Well, I guess before everybody leaves, I will put my homepage link in. We still have that promotion on for 30% off. Okay, so if you click on my link here, actually, let me get both those links in. This is the Black Friday sale. If you click on the Black Friday link sale, this is what you're going to see. Right to the second how long it's, and here you go, select your subscription. Okay, so we've got the 4 plans. We have the premium annual and the standard annual, $2,000, $1,000, less the 30%. So that'll bring that down to $1,400 versus $700. You can always go month to month, of course, if you want. You can get that 30% discount for the first month only. So 118, 228, less the 30%. However, if you decide that within 30 days, if you take out a monthly subscription and you decide within 30 days you'd like to have an annual, we'll honor the 30%. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, helps the room, helps me if you use my link, okay? And of course, lots of other information on my homepage. See, I can give you 30%, never mind that 25%. Probably not going to do, I'm sure I'm not going to do a stock of the day video today. But the trade of the week, you can sign up for the trade of the week right there. It's free. You'll get one Monday morning, about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. All the education section is right here. We have the big user guide, daily support, etc. I'm not going to go over anything really in any detail today. And my scans, here are my scans that I'm sharing. This is what I'm using in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. 2 races that'll start at 9:30. So as always, as I said before, you save my link. If you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my link. But also you save my homepage link. You've got access to all my scans anytime, all the education. I do change the scans up from now, from time and again. So good idea just to save my link. Got a lot of information there. Sort of a one-stop shopping. Anywhere in hear anything about JEWL? Well, it's not trading yet. That's all I can say. Doubt if it's going to open today. Yeah, it says day to day. You know, on the IPO calendar, it just says day to day. So there is no way to know exactly when it's going to open. Some of these things, you know, this could take months, weeks, months. Could open Monday. All right, guys, market's going to open in about a minute and a half. And again, for those who don't know, the market's closed at 1 p.m. today, okay, Eastern time, just a half a day. Manu is testing that 20 level now, guys. Manu is testing the 20 level. Okay, but a minute to the open. I guess William is not here today. I don't see Zach. I do see Dak. Morning, Dak. And others, of course, but and Nija, I see you in the YouTube room. Yeah, EUDA, I mean, it is moving. Some volume came in. Volume came in right now. Hong Kong stock, I guess. Singapore, I'm sorry, Singapore stock, Singapore. All right, guys, we're now open. Let me get rid of this. Well, we'll see if we have any hardcore traders today, guys, because this is going to be very quiet. There is the EUDA. No sound? Well, let's see. Might be on your end, Ija. My everything looks good in my end, so it might be on your end. Yeah, it's on your end, Ija. Thank you, Bill. And Pepe. Pepe's always there. Okay, Manu held 20, guys. Wow, look at EUDA. I guess this is the one right off the bat anyway. Don't see any news on it other than the acquisition to core and complete their business combination. That was on the 23rd, after hours. Shady is going long. Pali, P-A-L-I. Got room. Let's see, the next high looking left looks like it's 650. Is that right? Back this daily chart out. 420. So 420 was Wednesday's high. I guess it got up to that in the pre-market. Well, I can see what you're looking at. So, hey, why not stick an alert around 425, which is the high of the pre-market. Takes that out, certainly has room. 2 days ago, got up to 630. So Man-U is still holding 20 right now, guys. MANU still holding 20. And oh my goodness, we've got our first halt of the day. Look at EUDA. I don't quite get this this news that came out when they said they completed the acquisition. Let me just see what this says. Lax. But this was already trading. This is like old news. Yeah, this is old news. I mean, it started trading this on the 18th. But I guess old news is good news. Look at this. What a move. Well, let's see where this could open. So this is halted at 429. So this is the potential where it could open. You can see it changes all the time. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:38 plus 22 seconds. Man U just made a new high, guys. Man U just made a new high, not the pre-market high. Takes out that pre-market high, it could get rocking again. And that pre-market high is 2088. Again, pre-market high is 2088 for Man U. Takes that out, it could get rocking again, guys. Lots of volume coming in. All right, guys, this is really okay. Holding 21, holding 21. Let's see, what was that pre-market? Okay, I think it holds over that pre-market high and maybe it gets back over 21. It could have another run in it, and that's for Man U. Well, Hallie didn't do it yet anyway. Well, I'm glad I waited for a 425 break. Not V. I've actually taken that off my list, I think. Yeah, well, yeah, this could be interesting. I mean, it's above those highs now. EUDA just opened. And boy, did it open. This is regurgitated news. I mean, I'm wondering if people think that this business combination was effective today when it was really back here. Because I don't see any other news on it. Based on the NOTV, I mean, this has got obviously the room got hammered. This is the we call this the monkey. This got they got hammered because of the monkey business. Not a good spread. All right, what's the market? Okay, Manu's coming back, guys. Coming right back up. Tell you, it takes out 21 again. Look out. Could have a run. Zach, you are here. SBLK had a run on Wednesday. I sort of remember. I think I'm going to say a green can. Yeah, no, I'm not. But it had some kind of a run. 1977 and a close up at 20. I do remember seeing it at Starbulk, SBLK. Don't see any news. Yeah, I don't see any news at all. Well, you know why I'm saying a monkey business, right, TT? You know why I'm saying that. We got another halt here, guys. NAMS got halted on the way down. Yeah, this is just, I mean, I guess it's smart, but this is just old news. And it's probably popping up on a lot of platforms today with this EUDA. Almost looks like the business combination was enacted today when really it was 5 days ago. Good morning, WN in our YouTube room. Whoa, yeah, William, we're talking about Lithia or Livent, LTHM. Okay, guys, keep your eyes on Manu. Just hovering around that 21 mark. Okay. Oh, that's right. This was this one on Wednesday. This was a crazy one on Wednesday, New Amsterdam. That's right. I forgot about this one. NAMS. So it was halted on the way down. Yeah, Manu's had a bit of a mini struggle to get through 21. Market high was around 2090, I think. 2090 or so, yeah. So I'm going to reset that alert. SI is getting into the act, guys. That had a big recovery on Wednesday. Big recovery day on Wednesday for it. You can't tell by that candle, but this is more what I mean. It had a pop, and then it started to drop. It got all the way down to 25, and it closed up here at around almost 29. And it's resuming. Should I hear you? No, Russell, no, I'm the only one on the mic, so you cannot hear me. I mean, sorry, I can't hear you. But if you have a question, just post it. Manu, guys. Keep an eye on it. That 21 break. Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond cratering, well, not quite, went all the way down to almost 3, popping back a little bit, but boy, basically an all-time low. I'll look at the other two other meme stocks. GME, what's GME doing? Yeah. And AMC, somebody asked about AMC earlier. Yeah, nothing happening there. MICT, a little bit of a pop here for MICT. It's from the races above Friday's or Wednesday's high. Not a low float, 110 million in the float, so certainly not a low float. All right, I guess keep an eye on the knot V. The spread is tightened up just a little, 716, 720. What did it get up to? Got up to 733. Of course, the reason to keep an eye on it, and it's got that big void here. 1530 is the high, next high looking left, approximately 1530. 1538 is the next high looking left. Lucid, LCID, underneath 10 now, guys. Almost another lifetime low. LCID, EV play, of course. Almost, well, basically a lifetime low. Boy, I mean, this is pretty juicy. I mean, underneath 10, imagine it's a pretty big number to take. There's Manu again at that 21 level. It's just keeps testing it, keeps testing it. We're sticking another alert around 2120 to see if it takes out the high of the day. And I better look again to see what sort of resistance there is. So 2133 is the high today. So it's definitely above that. I can't remember how far I had to go back. I think I had to go back to 2019. So really, there's not that much resistance for Man U. Manu, guys, Manu. Still strong. Now, keeps over this 2020. I mean, there's really not that much resistance for Manu. You got to go back over 3 years. And again, this is just a stock that's in play, of course, with the news. And the volume is still strong. It's a pretty low float too. I mean, 52 million in the float. So this is why it can move crazily. 52 million. It's not crazy low, but it's certainly not high. Market is putting a bit of a surge here, guys. So SPY is basically flat. Dow's up. NAS is down a bit. Another one to keep it. Whoa, NWTN. So this, I think this was an think this was an IPO. Might have been a SPAC. It turned into NWTN. But it's on the move here, guys. NWTN. This is a weekly chart. So let me get back to my daily chart. Yeah, so this is all-time high now. NWTN, all-time high. I mean, obviously here is the all-time high, but at 9. So this is on the move. NWTN. Here we go. You gotta love the UK tabloids. Say Apple is interested in buying Man U. Yeah, EVTL halted on the way up, guys. Just noticing this here. EVTL. See if there's any news on this. PSNY is at it again, guys. PSNY is at it again. It's making a new high here, taking out the highs of Tuesday and Wednesday. 826 is the next high looking left. Yeah, so if PSNY takes out this high over here, which is back, let's see, what is that? That is in August. And the high is 826. After that, it's got maybe a shot getting close to 9. I'm not saying it's going to happen, of course, but so this is a very low float, NWTN, very low float. United Emirates, very low float, NWTN. Well, let's see if this takes out 9, NWTN. I mean, this is an all-time high, of course, now for NWTN. Okay, so that was a SPAC. Okay, I see now. It was a SPAC. Not a particularly good one at the beginning. You remember they were around 10. Okay, Manu at the high of the day now, guys. Manu, M-A-N-U, at the high of the day. We're approaching the high of the day. Peekaboo, PKBO is another one that just got halted. Looks like on the way down. Well, for a half day, so far it's been pretty active. Okay, EVTL just opened, guys. EVTL just opened. Low, actually, not a low float, 43 million in the float. This is this EVTL industry. And they name themselves EVTL. Okay, guys, man, you. Okay, so EVTL got halted at 434. This is the time when sometimes I will take an IP, one of these halts if it gets back up to that halt price. So the lithium plays are weak for some reason. LTHM is a lithium play, right? LTHM. Of course it is. So for whatever reason, the lithium plays are a little bit weak. We've got LTHM and then LAC, LAC. All right, guys. Obviously I'm just MANU is the one. Good time for them to put themselves up for sale also, with all the world being focused on football. Histogram is starting to increase a little bit here too, guys. I'm just looking at the histogram. This is the ratio of buys to, not buys, but bullish to bearish candlestick patterns. So that is, as that bar keeps getting bigger and bigger, that means the bullish versus bearish is increasing. Yeah, I mean, really, again, when I look back, you have to go back to 2019. But this is just obviously this is trading completely on its own. If they find a buyer, I'm sure they're going to find a buyer, but at what price? I actually did some checking on the weekend. I thought Man U is not. Dallas Cowboys are the most valuable sports franchise in the world. Man U was around 10th or 11th. I think at one point it used to be, but maybe not anymore. Yes, babe. Well, I'm glad I woke up. All right, Peekaboo just got halted again, and this time on the way up. And it's not Peekaboo, I know, it's PKBO. PKBO got halted on the way up this time, got halted on the way down, got halted, now it's halted on the way up. Yeah, unfortunately, Kenneth, you can't. It's still in, we're still, I guess we're gonna have to call it, it's still in test mode, okay? So it is not available to you guys yet. I've been testing it for now 2.5 weeks. No, there's no timeline. There is no timeline. I think the person, Michael Noss, if you know Michael, I heard of Michael at Trade Ideas. I think he wants to make some changes, maybe to the appearance and maybe to a couple of the formulas in it before before it gets released. But he will know, but there's no timeline on it. Boy, another one halted, guys. ENSC just got halted. ENSC just got halted. A lot of action this morning. ENSC just got halted. Manu just keeps surging here, guys. Wow, put our 22 now on it. Why not? Well, if you're here in the pre-market, I think it's the only one I really talked about. All right, well, let's see how well it holds 22 now for the Manu. All right, what is did Peekaboo resume? PKBO resumed. It did not pop up actually. So the question was, is ENSC still halted? Well, if you have our halts resume scanner, okay, which is one of the one or alerts, it's one of the ones I'm sharing. You can see that it got halted at 10:07 plus 20 seconds. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, then it's going to open at 10:12 plus 20 seconds. Also, and I don't know why, I don't know if you guys have this halts yet on the charts. I don't know why it's such a difficult thing to put, but you know, if I load ENSC, I can see it's halted. But this is really what I'm looking at. I'm looking at to see when it could open. Yeah, so the question is, can I explain the screeners that I'm using? So these are two race, what you see, these are two races. So this is how it works. All races start off from a top list window, okay? So in this top list, these are my filters. Doesn't matter what these stocks are so much, but these are my filters. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2%, okay? So for stocks to be seen in this race, you have to pass at least these filter requirements, okay? So I run 4-minute races. I'm 2 minutes into this race right now, okay? There's 1 minute and 54 left. So a little over 2 minutes left, or a little less than 2 minutes left in this race. So what you'll see is in this race, you'll see the stock that has moved the most since the race began will be at the top. But other stocks, but they'll be jockeying for position because until the race is over, there's not a winner declared. So what this is telling me is that NWTN, since the race started, has moved, well, you can see right, ENSC now, I guess it just opened, has moved 5.8%, okay? So because ENSC satisfies all the filter requirements, you know, obviously it's between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares, up 2%, etc. So that's what this race is all about. It's going to show you the stocks that meet the filter requirements that are moving the most. Okay, so that's the idea. So if you're looking for, you know, stocks that are really moving, this is a great race to follow. And then at the end of a race, a winner is declared. And there's an automatic then top 10 list that is created for you. Now today will be, you know, very light because we only have markets closing in 3 hours, I guess. But a top 10 list is created for you, and it's made up of the stocks that win the most races. So for instance, in the top position right now is this EUDA. It won 3 races. See what happens? See, there's jockeying for position, you know, as the race, until the race is over. So, you know, ENSC, but obviously ENSC pulled back. You can see, right? You can see it pulled back. There's that big topping tail. So it was up here winning the race and then it pulled back. So right now, PKBO, 5 seconds left, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So it is a winner of this last race. Okay, so it's going to join this group. So the idea is that, especially if you're new to trading, this gets you to focus on these stocks all day long. You know, like NWTN won a race a while back. So you might look at this and go, okay, if it can take out 9 again, I want to know about it. I might be interested in taking that trade. You know, the high's right there. Or you might say, well, I'm not that interested in watching it take out the high of the day, but maybe on a pullback to a certain moving average or some level, you know, you have to have some kind of a trading plan. You know, so I mean, that's why but this gives you a great focus, great focus for the day. You know, it automatically creates this list for you. And this one over here is the same principle. They all start off with top list windows. And of course, you can create your own race based on your filter requirements. Okay. I mean, if I, for instance, and all this is in our guide. Okay. But so for instance, I mean, this is what I'm looking for. This is the stocks that I'd be interested in, but you might look at that and go, well, you know what? I don't like that price range. Maybe I want it between 10 and 50 or 10 and 100 or, you know, whatever, a higher minimum volume. Maybe I don't care about it being up from the previous close. You know, so there's all sorts of, I mean, you can create your own top list with your filter requirements and then launch the race from it based on your filter requirements. I'm just showing you these two because these are the ones that I'm sharing. And this one is a little bit different. Just added a couple of filters in here. So you will not see big percentage moves in this one. Okay. Because I added a 500 million minimum market cap and 50 million float. So you're not going to see like super high percentage movers. So, but if you're looking for volatile stuff, I mean, obviously here, this is a little, well, not a little, it's quite a, it's not as volatile. Doesn't mean, you know, you're not going to get big moves, but you're just not going to get big percentages. But, you know, you click on this one, PRM, you look at it, interesting. You know, it's above the 200-day moving average. Now, Patrick, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas or just looking? Because if you are a subscriber, I mean, these two scans I am sharing. But there were, you know, Trade Ideas. I don't know if you're a subscriber. You can create your own alert windows, your own scenarios, of course. I mean, we've got, you know, here's one I call the 10-day daily breakout. You can see Manu right there at 2042. Okay, and so it broke out. Now it met the filter requirements. You see, it had to take out that high right there, that first 15-minute high. Actually, I guess it didn't, but it pulled back and now it's moving again. And you know, I don't know where it's going from here, but this is an example of a scan. So if I right-click Configure and click on the summary. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is 8, meaning it's trading 8 times normal up to this kind of point of the day. The minimum volume of 500,000 shares, etc. If a stock makes a new high, intraday high, then I get an alert, a real-time alert. But of course, you can create your own scans. These are all of the real-time alerts that we have. And if I scroll down here, these are the filters that we have. This is the screening aspect of it. So as I always have to tell people, don't get hung up on how many alerts and how many filters we got. We had to create enough because we felt, well, I wasn't around with the company then, but in 2003, when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn how to or learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they felt that they created enough alerts, real-time alerts and filters, so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you know, I'm excuse me, sharing a lot of my scans, and we have a lot of scans here. If you click on New from our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. You know, so if I click on the momentum channel as an example, okay, so this is a good overview for you. So we've created a lot of scans. So, you know, if you don't want to build your own scans, you know, we have created a lot of scans for you. So for instance, here's a momentum scan. Again, what is it looking for? Right click, configure, summary. So this is the screening aspect. So if a stock is between 1 and 50, minimum volume 100,000 shares, this is kind of the key filter here. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, or 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all of these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. So at 10:19, CTRM hit 155, and that's why we see CTRM there. So if you wanted that scan, you could have it. And the idea is to go through the different channels and start maybe looking at all the different types of scans that we've created. It's just a matter of right clicking, configure, and summary, and then you see what it's looking for. And if it appeals to you, your style of trading, then you can incorporate it as part of your layout. So you're not subscribed to Trade Ideas. Well, I can tell you that we obviously, like most companies in the world, are having Black Friday sales. What you could do, if you're interested, if you click on that Black Friday link that I put in, is what you're going to see. And you can select your subscription. This is a toggle annual monthly. I would click on the monthly, because if you don't know the program, you don't want to tie yourself into an annual subscription. So what you could do is monthly, 118, you'll get the 30% discount, okay, off the first month. Only if you maintain a monthly subscription, that's what you pay going forward. So I'd give you an opportunity at least to try the program out for a month and see if you like it. And if you do, then that's what you'd pay going forward. Or if you really liked it and you thought, you know what, I want an annual, we'll honor the 30% if you do it within the 30 days. So in other words, if you took out a subscription today, and then say by December 24th, you said, you know what, I love it, I want an annual, we'll honor the 30%. But anyway, it's a good opportunity to try us out. What would that work out to? Yeah, about $82. And then we have this room is like this, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Okay, and then so you've got lots of support all the time. I mean, other things you're seeing here, this blue box here, this can act as a simulator. So if you want to practice trading, you can. Again, you just need our standard service, and it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. I don't know what level of a trader you are. This is for everybody, though. Of course, I'm talking in general. This is our simulator, so you don't even need a broker. Simple to use. You just click on an alert. Well, first you got to get connected. Click on sim, and it'll change to account, and then simulator. So now I'm in the simulator, and you just click on an alert, and the symbol will show up, and you pick how many shares you want to trade, and you're away. You can practice swing trading in here, of course. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. And then here we go again. Okay, so if it's not Apple, it'll be the Saudis maybe. So they want to, so not only, oh, this will, you'll like this one, Aisha. So they're looking maybe at Man U and Liverpool. Oh, no, you're Chelsea, sorry. I think Liverpool actually is a very, wow. Oh, okay, so Patrick, I'm going to give you a link to my homepage because this might help you also. And anybody else, of course, anybody looking to maybe you're looking to understand what trading is all about. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, and if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see in the education section. If you click here, education. Sorry guys, I'm just watching my Man U. Click here on the education section, go to the user guide, and then, I'm sorry, don't do that. Go to the education, okay, I'll start again. So click on the education section and scroll down. Scroll down, keep scrolling down, back to basics. It's a great series that Michael Nasa Trade Ideas put together. It's all free, okay? I mean, it starts, introduction to charts and candlestick support, resistance, the whole bit. And they're short videos, but I think it's an excellent start for anybody who's looking to understand, understand charts and candlesticks and I mean, it can be very mind-boggling when you first start out. So I think that's a good basis for you and anybody else. And so if you save my link, you'll have access to all that education. And if you ever do become a subscriber, you can use my link to subscribe. And then you have access to my scans that I'm sharing. Well, guys, all about Manu today, boy. Look at the volume. Volume just stellar. And there really hasn't been a big pullback. It did get up to 22.27 and it pulled back to 21.89, but really not a big pullback. Ever since this 9:30 candle, our opening candle. Now there was a pretty big topping tail there, so 21.30 and it closed at 20.68. But once it got back over that 21 again, I mean, this is just, and there's your, 2042. There's an alert right at 9:30. So if you were, I'm a little more conservative than that. Not wanting to take trades right off the bat, but 2042, you're talking a $2 move, 10%. And moving. And it's the only one today, either on the 10-day daily breakdown or the 10-day daily breakout. Boy, I've got my sound alert here is a symbol crash. So, this is just symbol crash after symbol crash after symbol crash every time it makes a new high. Yeah, no support session today, guys. Okay, just want to in our YouTube room. I mean, normally at 9 o'clock between. I'm sorry, 12 and 1. I always have to make sure I'm talking Eastern time. Normally between 12 and 1, there's a support session, but none today. So you can see in the large cappers, Manu won 9 races. So obviously, any stock that's won 9 races has to be followed all day long. So the idea it would be, if you're more of a pullback player, you have to figure out, okay, where could I like this? Like what price on a pullback would I be interested in it? And that's why you've got to practice trading. You've got to understand, market mechanics. You might look at the VWAP here as an example. The VWAP is at 2136. So you might say, okay, if it pulls back to the VWAP, I want to know about it so I can put a price alert. I'll just put a price alert right there. So if it does pull back to that VWAP level, which is an important level, and it holds it and bounces from there, maybe I take the trade. Give me a moment, guys. So I wasn't going to do a video today, but how can I not do one? I did my video on Manu on Wednesday, and it turned out to be pretty crystal ballish. So I think I'm going to do another video today on Manu. Even the cruisers are getting into NCLH. What is NCLH doing? I still can't get too excited about them, guys. You just have to sign up for it. I'm just going to, on my homepage, just put the homepage link in again. So when you click on my homepage, right here, my sock of the day video that I do, you can just sign up for it right there. In fact, what I might do, guys, I might do my video right now, okay? It doesn't take me very long. So I might do my video, not might, I'm going to do my video right now. So I will put myself on mute until the video is done. Like I said, that won't take me very long. What time is it now? 10:37. I should be back. Shouldn't be any later than about 10:50. Okay, so I'll mute myself. All right, guys, I'm back. As I said, it was a quick video. Okay, the question, in the brokerage plus window, if I clicked on a symbol in the stock race or any list it used to populate the symbol area in brokerage plus. Did you click on the simulator first? Well, I'm pretty sure you have to click on the simulator. Normally, let's take a look. Yeah, you've got to click on the simulator because you're not connected. Okay, so you have to click on the sim. And once you do that, it'll say account, change from not connected to account, and then click on account, and then simulated trading default. Now, when you click on any symbol, doesn't matter whether it's from a race or any scan you've created, now it'll show up. So it's possible you didn't know that before you had to have been clicking on the sim. But bottom line is, does it work now when you click on sim? And then you have to change it. I mean, it'll say account. Again, it'll say not connected. Click on sim, and then it'll say connected, and then click on that. Actually, and then sorry, it'll say not connected, then it'll change to account. Actually, once it's in account, I guess you can, it should work. But I always do the extra step, click on the account, and then make sure it's trading simulator default is in here. So that's what Pepe is saying. So that's why I always click on, when it says account, I click on it so I make sure I'm in the simulator trading account. Okay? Oh, you're connected to E-Trade. Okay, well that would be the reason. Okay. Yeah, Manu was definitely worth waking up to, guys. You still own this, William? I can't remember if you still own this as a swing for SI. All right, Shady, are you still in Pali? P-A-L-I? Assuming no, because if you got in when you said you did, or just over 4, that'd be a pretty wide stop. Manu, how can you not think of Mork and Mindy? I believe actually Hertz is that it's programmed not to do trades on a half day because it's not enough time to set up for the full trading day. So I think it's programmed to not trade, to not have any alerts on a half day of trading. Welcome, by the way, welcome to the community. Can I confirm that? Just give me one moment, guys. I don't start talking happy holidays until December 1. But okay, Audrey, thank you. No, I'm not a Grinch. LIDR, guys, LIDR. Okay, this is a real cheap one. For those like cheap ones, this is under $1. Yeah, what's happening with lithium today? LAC and LTHM are both getting clobbered. All the EV, well, I saw, of course, the Lucid, another EV play. So maybe it's just all the EVs are getting thumped today. Remember the last time we looked at this one, it was just underneath 10 LCID, still hanging in that area. Yeah, you can make a request. Can't guarantee it depends what you're looking for, but sure, go ahead. This is in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, so Manu's getting a little bit toppy here. I mean, there's a topping tail there, but there's a bottoming tail, the candle before. So now's the time to be, a little not concerned, but if you're in this trade and you've not taken anything out, You want to start watching this like that big topping tail. But if it gets back over 20, if it gets back over 2273, it could have another run. Okay, guys. So we don't have level two at all, fun, okay? We don't have, and we never will. I'll just say we will never will have level two. If you want level two, of course, you can get that from your broker, but we just don't offer guys who basically control trade ideas. They don't believe in level two, and I don't control trade ideas, but I don't believe in it either. I don't use it. Now, some say, for very low price stocks, it might be good, but I just don't. I've never been a big proponent of level two. But you can make the request, whatever you have to. What is the request? I mean, if the request is, I want level two within trade ideas, okay, you can make that request, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Well, in the old days, somebody's asking, like, why would you ever use a level two? In the old days, I mean, you could kind of maybe look at the bid and the ask, of course, the bid and the ask, and look at the size and, try to determine, oh man, there's a lot on the bid, there's a lot on the ask, and try to gauge the direction where it might go based on that. But I think there's just way too many games being played in the bid and the ask now. They'll put in a large bid, yank it, put in a large ask, yank it, try to almost fool you. That's my opinion. Okay. Now, some say for the lower price stocks, maybe the bid, maybe the level two is valuable. I don't know, but I've really never used it. But that's kind of the reason. Well, why not just have a watch list of stocks that move the indexes like the SPY then? If you're talking about, I mean, obviously the SPY is there's the 500 stocks, the S&P 500. So why don't you just make a watch list of those stocks? Then never mind the level two action. Well, yeah, time and sales I like. Time and sales, there's no question. Time and sales, that just tells me how rapid a stock is trading. No question. But I don't care, about this lot size over here really. But yeah, time and sales for sure. Because you don't want to get into something and then it just doesn't trade anymore. And it's well, if you're intraday trading, we need volatility, we need abnormal activity if you're intraday trading. So yeah, there's no question. I mean, you see this time and sale, and this is from Interactive Brokers, this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. What, time and sales? No. Within trade ideas? No. But I mean, why would you, I mean, do you have Interactive Brokers? Or I mean any other brokerage platform? I mean, I just use this. Okay, guys, there's the menu. Again, you always have to be aware of those topping tails. So what, again, if you're not familiar, here's a big menu chart. So look at this topping tail. So what does it mean? And look at the one before. So the candle before, the buyers had it up to 22.73 and the sellers knocked it down and closed down at 22.45. I mean, not too dramatic. Buyers tried again. They got it up to 22.99, 22.95. But the sellers are looking like they've seized control. I mean, this candle is just about to close. It's closing right now. And they closed it down here at 22. So about $1. Okay. Now, so at one point, at some point, it's always a tug of war all day long with any stock you look at between buyers and sellers. So obviously, all these moves here, the buyers were in complete control. Even here, you had a topping tail. The buyers had it up here, and yeah, the sellers knocked it down, but then the buyers took control again and again and again. Eventually, though, I mean, we had two topping tails there. Buyers were trying to get it higher. Sellers knocked it down. Sellers knocked it down. Eventually, the buyers might say, you know what, you can have it for a while. And for a while, we don't know where this is going now. And then all of a sudden, maybe you get a big bottoming tail. And what would that bottoming tail mean? That would mean that the sellers would have it down to a certain price, but then the buyers took over and closed it higher. And then we have to see, no, I'm not saying it's happening right now, but there's your kind of your clue, especially if you see several in a row. You see several topping tails in a row. Eventually the buyers are just going to give up. They're going to say, okay, you can have it. These sellers can have it for now. So again, you might look at this and think, okay, where's the VWAP? Disappear. Just give me a moment. So there's the VWAP, okay, 2168. Really important level. Will it hold 2168? So you might think, man, I missed this whole big move in Manu. Well, there's maybe there's an argument that can be made that you can, if it holds the VWAP, you can take the trade right around the VWAP or a little bit above it and see if it really bounces off it. If you don't know what the VWAP is, it's volume weighted average price, but you can look it up, go to Investopedia or something like that. But it is a key level. And right there, 2168. So we're at 2185. Will the VWAP hold it or will it just crash right through it? I mean, we don't know. Look at the market, boy. The market is semi-ripping here, guys. So the SPY is now positive. Remember, at the beginning, before the market opened, we had about an hour and a half straight down. And now we're having this little positive move in the market. So this CLVT looks like there's pretty decent support right around 920-ish. It's starting to get into that area. Okay, guys, so it looks like that VWAP is holding so far for Manu, M-A-N-U. So again, if you're starting out trading, you have to develop some kind of a trading plan. And, when you start out, you don't know what sort of a trader you're going to be. I mean, I'm a momentum trader typically. I didn't know that when I first started out. I had to experiment what kind of fit my eye, my style of trading. And so, it didn't overnight. I did not realize, oh, I want to be a momentum trader. A lot of you though would much rather be pullback traders. So in other words, pulling back to a certain level, maybe a moving average, maybe again the VWAP. That's amazing. I mean, that literally, I think it touched it right on. Excuse me, guys. Got a catch in my throat here. Yeah, I mean, 2176 and 2169 is the VWAP. So it just about, got right on it and popped off it. That could be a trading plan for you. Yeah, that's why we have a simulator. You can practice things like that. You could have said, okay, you know what? It's hitting the VWAP. I'm going to take the trade, see what happens. And if I do that enough times that a stock, gets into the VWAP area and bounces off it, and it does it enough times, I might say, you know what? That's my trading plan. I will only wait for stocks to get close to the VWAP before and wait to see what happens and before I take the trade. I don't do anything else other than that, as an example. I'm saying that's it, but well, we really, what are you looking for exactly, Alexis? I mean, I can probably help you. Is there a number? I mean, trading view to me is charts, I mean, great charts. And I mean, we're a scanner though. I mean, we're a real-time scanner. So I mean, listen, I think TradingView is it's got a nice platform and all, but I think our platform is more geared for real-time alerts, okay, with scanning capabilities. We've got the screener, like there are a lot of screeners out there. But I mean, obviously, I listen, there are a lot of people who have TradingView also because, they like their charts. And we do link with TradingView. So if you like their charts, you can still use Trade Ideas and link with TradingView so that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your TradingView chart. But as far as our sale is concerned, I mean, what other information would you be looking for? Give me a moment, please. Okay, so Kenneth, what I do is, yeah, it's based on my like symbols. Okay, so this can change during the day. This my like symbols goes into, yeah, this watch list called Best WL, Best Watch List. I mean, I named it that. Okay, and so all day long, I will typically not too many times during the day, but I'll add symbols to it. I may get rid of some symbols. So it's just things that I think are interesting to watch. Okay, but I do change it up. In the evening, I go through the symbols and I make a determination whether or not I want to carry them forward. Is it still worth watching a symbol for multiple days, or do I want to get rid of it? So there are some scans that I do after hours to determine some new symbols that might get added to the watch list. So I would do something, like this. I'll click on SPWR as an example. I know it's in there. And I'll look at it and go, yeah, you know what? I think I'll keep it in here because if it can ever break out of this area, it's just kind of resting. This is a little more crazy one. Same sort of idea. I mean, what if it goes crazy again? The D low is going to be on there for a while because, of this potential gap fill. You never know when or if that could happen. But that's my exercise. I go through these and, if I don't like them anymore, then I just unheart it. These are all, because you can heart, if I heart a symbol from the chart, then it gets added to my list. Okay, and then so it's easy enough for me then at the end of the day to go through all these symbols and say, yeah, I still want it, or no, I don't, I just unheart it. And then that goes into the Barry's watch list, into that channel. So it's flowing. And my video is just sort of a recap of, I mean, I did a recap on the same stock on Wednesday on Manu. I did the video today on Manu just because obviously it's pretty interesting. And they're just quick videos. I used to do longer videos, but I was given the directive to keep them under a minute because most people have attention spans of gnats. So we have to keep these things under a minute. Also, I think there's a special place in YouTube for videos under a minute. I think that's where most people now go. So that's why I sound like I'm racing through it. Yeah, I can't really answer to that, Alexis. With TradingView, I notice I have to put a lot of time into it. From what I'm hearing from you guys, you cut that time in half. Okay. Well, here's the deal with us. And I think one of the, what really sets us apart is our support. Because I mean, you've got this room between 8 and 3:30, on normal weeks, listening to me. You've got between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. And we've got 5 traders, 5 days of the week. So we have 5 different traders. So you've got a lot of support, I think, with our product. I don't know of another product that does this. I'm not saying there isn't, but I don't know of another product that does this. I mean, this room is free. We use it as a marketing tool, of course. So, I'm here all day long to answer questions and try to help as best I can. I'm trading too. So it's a trading room, but I have no problem, answering questions. The only thing I don't like to do if somebody says, well, what's an alert window? I mean, I don't mind, like a sort of a very brief overview, but a lot of stuff is in our guide. So there is, I would ask, and we have a 30-minute video that goes over, it's segmented. There are 10 videos. I mean, that's the only thing that I would ask people to do if they take out a subscription is at least spend the 30 minutes, because it tells you what an alert window is. It tells you what a top list window is, etc. So you have some of the basics down, but after that, I mean, guys, you can ask me questions. That's why I'm here. Because, trading is complicated. Trading isn't easy. And that's the other thing. Because we've got this simulator, you know, and I know most people don't want to hear this. They want to hear that, well, if I take trade ideas and I fund my account tomorrow, can I start trading in 2 days? Well, we can't block you from doing that. But, my heavy emphasis is that you better practice trading first. And that's why we have a simulator. Now, you could practice trading for 3 months. You could practice trading for 6 months before you actually start trading an account. And I know most people don't want to hear that, but that's the reality. And that's why we have a simulator. We're a great idea generator. Okay. But, just because I get an idea from one of my scans, it doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. I have to have some basics, some basic knowledge of chart padding, chart reading capability. What's the market doing? There's a lot that goes into trading, but that's why you can practice trading. That's why I was trying to say, okay, with the menu, you have to have some kind of a trading plan. Like how long can you trade for? Can you trade all day, or are you on the West Coast and maybe this is, something you'll do an hour before you go to the market? There's all sorts, like, what is your trading style? And I'm not talking to anybody specifically. This is just things that you have to answer yourself. Are you in this, or are you just trying to make a little additional addition? You've got a full-time job and you're just trying to supplement your income. I will tell you this: if this is the only thing you've got going and you're just starting out, it's going to be awfully hard. In other words, if you don't have another job or another source of income, and this is the only way you can make money, and you've got to make money every month to pay the mortgage and the rent or all your expenses, it's not going to be easy at all. Too much pressure. Guys, Manu is holding, guys. It's holding, trying to hold that 22 level. I'm going to stick an alert around 22.14 and see if it takes that out. But it's still, it's still kind of it's so close to the VWAP. I mean, the VWAP is 2171. So we're still a little bit close. It hasn't, completely cleared it in a big way. It's still about 20 cents away. And now the other thing, Alexa says, yes, I mean, we have a lot of scans that we have prepared, okay, for people. We've got this, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, of course, but we have a lot of scans in this doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. So we've created a lot of scans in here. So it's not 100% necessary that you have to create anything from scratch. We've got a lot of templates for you to take a look at. And you can always make adjustments, of course. I always like to use the momentum scan as to demonstrate that. So again, here's an example of an alert window that we call momentum. And so with any one of our scans, if you right click and then click on configure and then the summary, you'll see exactly what it's looking for. So, I mean, if you like the idea of this scan exactly the way it is, then you can have it. But you might look at this and go, well, I don't like this price range. It says between 1 and 50. I want to change it. So you can change it to 10 and 100. that summary again and see now it's changed to 10 and 100. When you get used to using trade ideas, you may look at some of the filters that we've got and say, you know what, I like to see what, this filter, another filter in this particular scan, what would that do? Or get rid of a filter. Maybe you don't like it. You don't like, you don't care if it's up 2% from the close. These are things, but we've given you a template that you can follow, a boilerplate, and then you can just adjust it if you want. Or you can just take it exactly the way we've designed it. And it's, when you get used to using trade ideas, if you like this scan as an example, you don't have to spend all day long in this channel. You can take the scan and what we call duplicate into a free floating window. And all you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. Okay, and now here it is, popped on another one of my monitors, and here it's free floating. And then you could take this scan and you could go through the different channels. First of all, you would save it to the cloud. Okay, you right click and then you save it to the cloud, save it. You go to another channel, maybe there's another scan you like, save it to the cloud. And in that fashion, you can build your own layout with scans that we have created for you. Because then all you have to do is file load from cloud. File load from the cloud, and you'll see them, click, highlight it, load it, highlight another one, load it, etc. So you can create your own layout of scans that we have created for you. So in that fashion, yeah, we really try to cut down the learning curve. Well, as far as swing trading goes, I mean, it's difficult. Swing trading right now is pretty difficult, I think, for most people. But, we do have channel bar, and we do have swing picks. These are five potential swing picks a week. Okay. I'm not a swing trader, so I don't really pay that much attention to them. So, but we do have a channel called Swing Picks. But I would also say this, that, you start looking at some of these ones that are pretty active on a certain day. And so you click on, CGTX as an example. I don't know what I'm going to see. And you look at CGTX and okay, you think, okay, it's through the 200-day moving average. I look left. Now, this is maybe a bad example because, I mean, I certainly don't recommend swinging these little bios because you never know what could happen. But let's pretend it wasn't a little bio. If you like the way this closed and you start looking left, you'll hear me say that all the time to see how much room can it keep going until it hits the next high, as an example. Or maybe, but it's through, or you don't want to take anything that's really close to the 200-day on the top. So if this 200-day moving average was just above it, at 260, you wouldn't probably want to take it as a potential swing. But for me, if I were more as a swing trader, I would have no problem looking at these intraday moves and then saying, and then if the stock closed near the high of the day, and if I look left and I didn't see very much resistance or resistance was put a piece away, I'd say, okay, why not swing it? But I'm not a big swing trader. No, there's no free trial, Jay. The best we can do right now is give you 30% off. Okay, you can try us for a month on the standard. That'll be about $86, I think. From time to time, about 4 times a year, I don't know when the next one is. It might be in February. We offer what's called a test drive. And for 10 days, you'll have access to trade ideas for $11.11, but that's not until February. And if you wanted to, I'll give you a link. It's a test drive link. So if you sign up for it, when the next test drive gets near, you'll get an email and with all the particulars, okay, when it starts and how much, etc. Okay, so you won't miss it. I think this is what it looks like. Click on the test drive. Hopefully, I think this link still works. Yeah, there we go. So to get notified, give us your name and email, and then as we get close to it, say, hey, you were interested in when our next test drive is. Here's when it starts. Okay. Well, Alexis, we were here. No, Alexis, there is another, these are just guides, okay? But every time you click on an alert, no, except for those. Okay, let me, okay, guys, here's maybe our mini answer here, okay? Manu just broke down through the 200-day move, through the VWAP. Okay, it held it briefly, it held it for a bit, but now it is on the low side. Now it still hasn't crashed through it, so if you're in this trade, you're gonna be really, really, aware of what's happening right at the VWAP. Give me a moment. That's why. Now, again, this is just a guide, okay? But every time you click on an alert, you will get a smart stop, what's called a smart stop that shows you right on the chart where the system is suggesting a stop, okay? Where you're going to get out of the trade. If you took this trade right now, PRM right now, they're suggesting that, your stop should be at 1040. And that happens every time you click on an alert. And that, of course, will change because if PRM moves up to 1150, and you clicked on it and you were clicking on it and the stock was at 1150, that smart stop will be moving up, as if saying to you, okay, if you got into this trade at 1150, here would be your smart stop, as an example. And that's just automatically generated for you. I'm not saying you have to follow it or anything, but if you're new, try it out. See what happens when you take trades and you obey that stop. What happens? And this smart stop is generated. It's an algorithm that we have. So it looks at the volatility, I believe, of 15-minute candles plus the high and the low of the day, and sort of takes those data points, feeds them in, and it generates, on your chart, a smart stop. And as far as the target is concerned, I wouldn't be that concerned about the target. The target is just double the difference between where you get into the trade. If you got into the trade, and there's the smart stop. So it takes whatever that number is. Let's just say you took the trade right here, make the math super simple. You get in at 240 and the smart stop's at 220. That's a 20-cent stop. It puts the target 40 cents on top of where you got in. In other words, double the difference between your entry and your stop. So I would pay attention to it really. The reason being is that if the stock starts hitting your target, are you going to get out? Well, why would you get out of if it's still working well? Why would you get out of a trade? I would certainly obey the smart stop if you want to try that, but I wouldn't get out if a target gets hit if the trade is still working. I mean, if it's still looking good meaning another green candle upon another green candle. All right, guys. So Manu is looking a little bit better on a short because I think it's really trying to leave that we got to type the right symbol in first. Trying to leave that VWAP behind, but we're getting close to the end here. Look at D-Lo now, guys. And I have very few thumbnail charts, but D-Lo is one of them. And why? Because again, I had that horrible day when I guess Muddy Waters laid into them, short seller laid into them. The high there is 1436, so I've got to put an alert there. 1436 or yeah, 14. Well, it says 26. 1438. I'll put an alert, a price alert at 1438. See if it takes that out. Because look at the gap fill, 20. Boy, I mean, this one right through the 200 LTHM, through the 200-day moving average. No, we were just talking about CGTX. Remember, it was showing up on the momentum channel. Oops. I don't know what happened here, guys. I don't know what happened here. Yeah, give me a moment. I'm not sure what happened to all my scans here. And Pepe, help! What did I do? Okay, I think what I'm going to do is get out of this. Yeah, something really crazy happened here. I'm going to get out of this and reload. I don't know. I don't think I did anything. I just clicked on an alert. Let me get out of this. Now, if I save this layout, it should still be okay. Okay, now reload. Hopefully it comes back the way I want it to. All right, all is well. Yeah, I mean, I think I know what I've done. Maybe I've changed the, this is now very bright. I think I have to get back into nighttime or whatever. I don't know what I did. Just give me a moment. There we go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can make this bigger. Somebody asked about my cursor. The problem is that it really starts slowing down on my end. But let's see if I can make it a little bit bigger. I can make it bigger, but something happens on my end. But let me see if I can remember how to do that. Okay, where am I supposed to be in my settings? All right, so I'll make it bigger. Okay, that's as big as I can get as far as the cursor. How's that? Okay, so Alexis, we have two rooms, and it's a little confusing because I mean, people say, "Well, who are you talking to?" I don't see Alexis in the main room, so we do have actually two rooms. Okay, they see my screen. So that's what I call the main trading room. Okay, a lot more active. Not today, of course, but a lot more active. More traders are in the room. There's more interaction among traders. Okay, they see my screen, they hear me. It's virtually the same. It's just there's not as much activity in the YouTube room. Okay, so you have your pick. Some people find it more convenient to be in the YouTube room because it's just one click, you're in there, and that's it. If you don't care about interacting with other traders that much, then you can stay there. But if you're looking for more interaction, then you should come into what I call the main room. And again, if you haven't seen this link before, this is a link you can use, the Black Friday sale. Okay, oops. So you click on it and here it is. So if you're brand new, just start off with a monthly standard, okay? And then if you like it enough, well, of course you can just keep with a standard subscription. on a monthly basis, but you can always, if you did want to take out an annual, if you do it within 30 days of taking out your monthly, we'll honor the 30%. Yeah, I mean, Manu did not crash through the VWAP. I mean, on both sides of it. You can see it, yeah, we got up, we got down, but it's still kind of hanging around that VWAP area. I hope this cursor, it might drive me nuts though. It's giant on my end, like giant. Okay, so question is, where can I find that race? The biggest gainers from the open. Oh, if you click on my homepage link, I just put in your room. And then right here, if you gotta have to scroll down, get to the scan section. And here are the two races that I'm sharing, okay? The one you're looking for is the one on top. Now, because I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, I lost my top 10. That's why I never like to do that during the day. But again, this is a short day, so I'm not too concerned. But my top 10, my watch list disappears when you do a reboot. That's okay. I'll keep the size right now the way it is. I know you guys don't see it as big as I do on my monitor. I know that, but it's like a giant. Manu, guys, 22 now, back up. And DLO, boy, DLO, I think it just took out the high. No, not quite. 1436, that's the high. That's the high to be, to know about 2 days ago. So guys, I think what I'll do today is maybe just keep the room open till 12:30. I normally take a break at 9. I'm sorry, well, noon Eastern. But I won't take a break. I'll just go until I'll go to 12:30 if that's okay. The question is, can Holly send a notification through text? No. We do have a way to, I don't think it works, number one, with the AI, because it's slightly different, but the problem is that you wouldn't like the frequency. I can't remember. I think there's a limitation on sending text messages. Okay, when you get a real-time alert, it may not happen exactly. If you're swing trading, it's not a big deal, I guess. But if you're looking for real-time alerts, but I don't think it works from the AI at all. Let me just ask the question. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm just getting the question right now, no. Or the answer to the questions, no text, no emails from the AI. Is it possible to build a top list where the stock lights up green or red every time they go up or down, similar to MetaTrader for watch list? Okay, I'm not familiar with them. Hmm. I mean, not really. I mean, when we set up our alerts, usually the alerts are set, for, you have all sorts of different ways of creating alerts. So these are the real-time alerts. So every time, if you use this one, the new high, the new low. So every time a stock made a new high or a new low, you get an alert. But we have lots of different alerts. So you're trying to say that you have a list of stocks. So if the stock went up, it'd be green. And if it went down, it'd be red, as an example. If that's the case, no. I'm trying to think in a top list window. Just want to see if there's what's the difference between a window and a layout? Well, a layout, I guess you could say a layout is an accumulation of windows. I mean, you call these are scans. These are all scans. Here's a scan, a top list scan. This is an alert scan. I call this rate. These are racing scans. I mean, I can say this is a window, I suppose, but the layout then would be made up of all the different scans or windows, if you will. So, I mean, what you're seeing here, this is the monitor that I'm sharing, but I do have some other trade ideas, windows or scans on my other monitor. I have 3 monitors, okay? So when I load a layout, when I save, I'm saving my entire layout that is made up of all these scans or slash windows. All right, guys. Well, things have finally slowed down. A lot more active than I thought it would be this morning. We had a lot of halts. You're thinking this was going to go below one. Well, lighter, I don't usually see these stocks until they break one. And LIDR, yeah, wow. That's a great move from 90 cents to $1.15. When we look left, 110. So that was the next high looking left. Let's take a look. Looks like it's coming into some resistance right around that 120 mark. You look at the daily chart, looks like there's a lot of candles right around that 120 mark. So that's where it could stall. But something has put a charge into this one today. It's a big float, 104 million for a $1 stock. That's a very big float. And that's so impressive that it's moved 40% on no news. I don't see any news on it. Unless that's the news from okay, well that was on the 23rd. So maybe this news is just catching up to it. FDA has cleared an artificial intelligence program to help screen for the early signs of a major cause of blindness among people with diabetes. So developed by, okay, so I guess that was on the 23rd. That was during market hours. No real reaction. I mean, there's the daily candle. So it's not like this is new today. So it's like it's catching up to the news or something. Or the effect of the news is now hitting it today. Okay, guys, so I was actually on the mic a lot longer than I thought I would be today. I thought I'd probably be on mute most of the day, just answering questions if they came up. I think what I'll do right now, though, is just put myself on mute and give me a moment. Short and right to the point. Just give me a moment, guys. I might have to reduce this. I might have to reduce this pointer. It's not bringing something up. Oh no. Who asked me to get this point? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. See, I couldn't see it. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute, but I will hop back on the mic if there is a question or if I have something of supreme importance to talk about. Okay, so the question was, can I link with TradeStation? So this window that you see here, I'll just maybe briefly go over this blue window that you see here. You can actually use it to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay, but we also link with many brokerage platforms. Now, linking only means this, but it's a big time saver. If I click on a symbol, it'll load into my order. For instance, I'm linked right now. I don't use this window to trade, okay? I only use it to demonstrate simulation trading. So I am linked though with my interactive broker to Interactive Broker. So when I click on a link or a symbol, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. So I believe we can do the same thing with TradeStation. Okay, it's a matter of just clicking on the link. There are some rules to follow. Sometimes you put it in the order entry box. First of all, see, have to understand that the brokerage platforms, they don't care whether we can link with them or not. So it's not like we have some kind of a deal with them. But most of the time we can link. It's just a matter of finding how to do it. Most of the time, for instance, if I do this, if I click on tools, okay, external linking, all you would do is you say add a link. And then typically, with TradeStation, more than likely, if you went to your order entry and just follow these, mouse over the target window and hold down the shift key, and then that establishes the link. Now, sometimes there are some little rules you might have to follow. There's the use alternate method, but most of the time, a link can be established with most brokers out there. So, but let me just ask the question. We have some linking experts. Wow, no kidding. Look at that. Look at the LIDR go. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, their news came out on Wednesday, and there was like no reaction really. But today, kaboom! Look at the volume that came in too. Look at that volume. I mean, and it's not a low float, but it is trading 16 times normal. Look at that relative volume, 16 times 17 now times normal up to this point of the day. It's a very powerful filter we have. The relative volume filter, what it does is it tracks the volume up to, well, when you're looking at it. So in other words, say it's almost noon right now. So it looks at the average it's traded up until noon. I think it's over the last 10 days. And right now that's 17 times normal. What it has normally done up to noon in the last 10 days. Yeah, so I'm getting answers about the TradeStation, and it looks like we can, yeah. You can't use this window to trade, but again, linking is just a huge time saver. If you're clicking on links like symbols like I am all day long, it would be a pain. If I see PKBO, that I'd have to go and type it into my order entry, and then take a look at time and sales and all that. It's so much nicer just to be able to click on it and it just loads. So you'll watch. Here's the PKBO. This is time and sales in Interactive Brokers. So I click on COGT, see how it changed, but it also changed in my order entry. So it's just a big time saver. Okay, so I will put myself on mute, but again, I'll get right back on if there's a question. All right, so the question in our YouTube room is how to build a compare count windows for a specific list. Okay, the first thing is, do you know how to build a compare count window in the first place? Have you ever done that? Yes, no? Can you hear me, fun? Okay, so have you ever built a symbol list before? Have you ever made a symbol list, like the list? Have you, when you say a specific list, have you been able to actually create a symbol list before? Okay, well, then I'm sure I can help you. Here's an example of a compare count window, okay? And of course, it's made up of, if I right click, configure. So here's your great. So in the configure, so you say you say you have made a compare count window and you've made a symbol list. So in the configure, go to symbol lists. Okay, add existing list. So if you say you've made one, if you said add existing list, you should see it. I don't know how many you've ever made, but if you see it over here, then you just right click or you click on it and then it moves over into this column. So are you following so far? Once it's in this column, then this is a drop down and you say only the following list and you check it. So that means that the symbol list, watch list that you created is now, and then say okay, is now attached to this one. And then you do the same thing for the red data. So these two, and then once you've done that, you say okay, because now these two alert windows are only looking at that symbol list. That makes sense? The key is attaching the symbol list to the alert window. And in this case, you have to attach them to both because you're comparing, you're wanting to see, obviously, I don't know what, doesn't really matter what your alert window says, but you're wanting to compare them, the ones moving up versus the ones moving down, I guess, right? Okay, so it's done. Okay, good. Well, remember, you know, you say you have created a compare count window before. So again, when you say I don't have to worry about window specific filters, but in theory, you know, you've created, this is an alert window. So I mean, you have some filters in here, I'm assuming. You don't have to, I guess. You're right. You don't have to, because I mean, obviously the things that are going to be in your symbol list are going to meet the price range you want. You might want to put a minimum volume. I don't know. I mean, because some of the things in your list, what if it only trades 1,000 shares today? But that's up to you. You don't have to worry. You're right, though. I mean, in theory, you don't have to create any filters. You just have to have some kind of an alert, and that'll be up to you, of course, whatever that alert is going to be. Make sense? How big is your list? Depending how big your list is and how many shares that normally they trade. I mean, if you have a big list and then some stock just doesn't trade very much, you might not want to care about that one. So you might want to put a minimum volume, but that's up to you, of course. You'll know because then you understand how to use these, so you'll see the ticker. And so if you click on a ticker and you look and say, oh man, it's only like 1,000 shares, but that'll be up to you. I mean, maybe everything in your list of 50 stocks, maybe they all trade, enough every day that you don't have to worry about a minimum volume. Boy, I wish we're still a little bit more of our time here because look at this one, TRMD. So a couple of things have happened here. TRMD, so you see this move up, and then you've got that red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next bar is green. So this has created what we call a red bar ignored. So you have a trend, a pause in the trend, and then the continuation. Okay, so intraday, that is can be viewed as a potential long buy setup. The issue is though that when you look left, it's very close. 27.92 is the high on Wednesday. If it can get through that 27.92, then the next high is about $1 away. 28.80, not quite $1 away. So it would have some room to move. And when I say, those of you new, when I say room to move, all I do is I look at a daily chart because most of the things I'm seeing are near the highs of the day. So I'm looking at a daily chart just to see where the next high is. Is how close is it to the next high? If it's really close to the next high, I won't take the trade. That's why when I look at a DLO, you can see that if it can take this out, this 1436, and it may not, but if it takes it out, then when you look left, the next high is way up here at what, 2095. That's a huge amount of room that it can move until it hits the next high. And again, I'm not saying though it's going to get up here, but the way I trade, I like to take chart resistance out of the equation of why something won't keep moving higher. Many other reasons why the stock could stall and not move another penny, but at least it won't be because it's hitting a new high that's very close. Okay, guys, back on mute. Okay, Dora. Well, okay. The question is about reverse splitting. Well, there's no such thing as saying, well, this is when you should go long or this is when you should go short. They're all, yeah, they're, thank you, Shady. I mean, it's very difficult. You don't know. I mean, a lot of times what happens when they announce it, and usually there's a specific date, you can start watching it maybe that day. A lot of times, if they're, and I use the term, if they're smart, they'll try to come out with maybe some kind of a press release soon after that kind of juice the stock a bit. But until that happens, there's nothing to do. Okay. And when to short, you will find that most of the time that shorts, I don't well, for most brokers anyway, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Most of the time, right after a reverse split, there are no shorts available. Certainly the day of. They're very, if I can't remember the last time at Interactive Brokers there were any shorts available. So what as Shady says, I mean, it's very there's no hard and fast rule. I mean, we have seen some great reverse splits, but typically what happens is, within a week, I'll say, or a couple of weeks even, the company will come up with some news, whatever the news is. And, that'll get traders into the stock and it can go crazy on that day. But there's no way to predict that's going to happen ahead of time. Okay. Well, was that a reverse split? So it changed symbols also? Like it changed its symbol name also? Or the symbol, same company, but they decided to, this is an acquisition more. Okay, I see what happened. So yeah, it used to be Waiter. The company had to change its name this year as part of a settlement. So anyway, as Shady says, I mean, there's no hard and fast rule how to play a reverse split. How I do it is, we're aware of it. We look at it. I'll look at it the day of, and if the company doesn't announce any news, then I just forget about it and wait for the company to announce news. Doesn't mean that the company will announce news anytime soon, but we've seen some crazy action. But it's not for, I mean, it's very, very, very risky. So what you've done is you've basically reacted to the news. I mean, I'm not gonna say never ever follow news, but I mean, Uber may not buy them. Okay, I mean that if that's what you're banking on, the fact that Uber is going to, or that's the rumor that Uber is going to buy them, You know, when you say they say, who's they? Who is they that's saying that? Ugh, $7. Wow. That's a tough one, Drora. I mean, Dr. Aura, that is a tough one. I mean, there's now when you say yeah, are you saying it went right through your stop, so you couldn't get out? No, well, okay. I am not a financial advisor, so I am not going to say, I'm not going to say, yes, you should sell half now and that's it. I'm not a financial advisor. So the problem with my saying that is I said yes. And then on Wednesday, or on, sorry, on Monday, Uber announces they bought it and it goes to $20. You know, okay, so you did put a stop loss in, but it passed right through it. Well, yeah, that's a tough one. But you had up, I don't know what your opportunities were to get out, even though it was below your stop loss. No, I see. I've got it right in front of me. Is it 122 right now? Yeah. I mean, that's a tough one. But I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, you should sell half and keep the rest. I can't do that. Well, he had it as waiter though, as WTR or W, whatever it was, whatever the symbol was before. That's why his because the high of this one is only $1.90. He's saying he got in at 7. Well, okay, is it good or bad? There's no hard. A lot of times, if a well, they say they had to change their ticker. I mean, there's a specific reason. A lot of times, companies will change their ticker because of the baggage maybe the old ticker had. Okay, I mean that is. You'd have to find out the reason why they changed their ticker, though. I mean, in general, but sometimes, yeah, a company because it all of a sudden looks like, oh, this is a new company. It's not really a new company, is it? You know it isn't because you're in this one as waiter when it was waiter up at $7. So, but somebody else who looks at this, like myself today, if I don't examine this, I go, oh, I guess this is pretty new. Well, this looks interesting, not realizing that it was, something else before. I might look at that way. I mean, that's not going to happen with me because, obviously I've been trading for a while. I'll always wonder, I don't remember this being an IPO, as an example. So I would have to figure out, well, why did it start trading as ASAP on this day when it wasn't an IPO? And then you find out, okay, it's a symbol name or it's a ticker change. And then you look to see, well, why did they do that? So there's each time something like this happens has to be examined on its own. But I would say, if somebody said, well, what do you think the number one reason is? Probably the number one reason is baggage in the old symbol and let's try a new one. And so what Shady is saying is probably what I didn't say. You didn't hear it from me, okay? Because here's the issue. Every day you look at this, every single day you look at this and you're in anguish. Well, anguish, maybe too strong a word. You're really ticked off and it can affect you. Obviously it can affect you mentally, can affect the way you trade. You might say, man, I got to get it all back on the next trade or try, I mean, so it can really affect you emotionally. And so sometimes it's like quitting a bad job, even if you don't have another job waiting for you. But sometimes it's a sense of relief to get out of that horrible position because every day you wake up and you turn on your computer and you're hoping and praying that this is up a lot higher, and it's not. You know, yeah. Well, you're being honest is affecting you mentally. Yeah, I mean, I know that. I listen. We've all been there, believe me. And if people say they haven't been there, then they're, I don't want to use the word lying, but I mean, we've all been there. Maybe, some more dramatic than others, but yeah, we've all been there. And your body goes through a reaction. Yeah, I mean, it's a physical reaction. And because it's always there, it can always nag at you. Not just when you're watching it on the market, but I mean, so the market closes it, but it's still there, and it's really upsetting you. So as Shady says, yeah, maybe the best thing is to, but you're not hearing that from me. Okay. I mean, in your particular case, it sounds like it blew through your stop. So it's not like you didn't have a stop. Now, obviously, you could have got out, below your stop and above the current price. I do get that, but you're kind of hooked into it, thinking, it's going to come back. I'm hearing stuff about Uber and all that. So you convince yourself that, whoever they are going to be correct at some point. But when I go through my little spiel about money management, and yeah, I mean, we talk about, you place a stop, and then one of the hardest things to do is to obey your stop. You can't believe it's not going to work. The trade isn't going to work. Again, in your case, if it blew through your stop, okay, that's a different issue. But not obeying your stop and allowing that, that whatever that manageable loss was going to be $100 turn into, six, seven, eight, $1,000, and then you sell it and you kick yourself. Why did I not obey my stop? But as it's moving down, 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 the you just feel terrible because you feel, there's also well, maybe not stupid, but you feel foolish. I could have got out with a manageable loss, and look what I did to myself for no reason other than, and again, I'm not talking in your specific case, just talking in general, but other than ego or stubbornness, um, getting too seduced by maybe news that you're hearing, things like that. And it's happened to us all. But sometimes it's just good to talk about it, isn't it? I mean, I know like sort of grief counseling or something. I mean, it's like that. At least you can talk about it with us, and because we can all commiserate with you. Oh God. Well, I hope on Monday they don't announce, yeah, Uber's buying you. 20 minutes ago, not 40, 20. But I think I might wrap this up right now, unless there are some questions. I'll hang around if there are some questions. Otherwise, I think I'll wrap it up now, guys, if you don't mind. wrap it up. Okay, I got the word from my Director of Information Technology, Pepe. All right, guys. But of course, before I wrap it up, I have to do a little promotion for trade ideas, and just make sure you guys know, I'm sure you know, there is a Black Friday special on right now. It goes to I think it goes to the 28th, but I'm not, well, actually I can probably see 2 days, 14 hours, 16 minutes and 7 seconds. Okay. So there's your 30% off. I'll put both of those in. I agree, Shady. It's amazing. I mean, it hurts to take a loss, but then you won't have, then you can just move on. You can just move on and try not to do the same thing again, and something else, but just move on. All right, guys. So I will put my my homepage and also the Black Friday sale. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my link, my homepage link, and you go to my homepage and you can take it out right there. It's credit to the room and myself, so I would appreciate that. And also, of course, on my homepage, I have a lot of other information, the stock of the day that I do. Now, the trade of the week, you'll get a new one. It's free. You'll get a new one starting Monday, but an hour before the market opens. So you'll have that to look forward to. Of course, all the scans that I've got here, all my scans, and all the education. So I really feel that my homepage has got a lot of good information on it. You don't have to go to our homepage. I try to take all the best from our homepage, or the Trade Ideas homepage, and put it into mine, so you don't have to run around trying to find things. And with that, is there any other questions? I think I'll just wind it down. Okay. All right, guys. Well, it was actually a pretty profitable and exciting half day. A lot happened. We had a lot of halts. Of course, we had the Manu. If you took that one, if you got into something a lot cheaper like LIDR, that was certainly a nice, great little trade. So a lot more active than I thought it would be. So have a great rest of today, and have a great weekend, of course. Oops. Just a minute. My script didn't work. There we go. Okay, so have a great weekend, and I will open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So have a great weekend. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. And I'll shut down the YouTube room also.